Hey, it's Shapes. I'm open to another expedition at the Anime Encyclopedia. Ah! Ah! I'm in it. Okay, that's better. And I was just so pumped. I was so effing pumped to get into this shit. This is half third edition. Oh, half. Okay, so we're basically, my plan is tonight. I figured out we have 102 entries of M left to go. So if you split that in half, you do 51 entries tonight, and you do another 51 on Tuesday. We finish it by the end of the month. Let's fucking go. And I think I can do it because I did count. The last stream I did, we did 44 entries, and it was only 2 hours. So I just have to keep streaming until I'm done with this. I have a certain entry that I'm going to get to. I have it marked. It is Momiji. Momiji's the 51st entry out of the 102 that we have left to do for M. So if we do all the ones through Momiji, up to Momiji, and then end stream. That's what that's our game plan. All right? I'm feeling hyped. Hello, Greg. Hello, Veal. Hello, Annaliso. I'll be in for 30 minutes until the end of my shift. All right, cool. While we're here, I'm so sorry I put my I've had the music this high for so long. My bad. I need to find ways to get. You know what really is the problem, and it's because it's also the thing I can't. I have to put on headphones and stuff. That my current computer doesn't support Bluetooth for whatever, and then I don't know if it's the jack on my actual computer, or it's the cord, this aux cord that connects my headphones to the computer. I don't know if this is what's busted, or it's the computer. I don't know. I have to figure that out. But once I do, maybe then I will actually be able to tell, maybe try to tell that's too loud for me or something. I don't know. Just figuring out. This music level's pissing me off. Somehow people do it. I don't know how. Maybe the solution is you don't do music. That's impossible. Plenty of people do music. M should be one of the bigger ones. I fear S, though. Yes, Greg. I fear S as well. And that's why the play for S is to do that in all 1 month. And then the other 2 letters or 4 letters are going to be in the next 2 months. So it's a little complicated. Let me explain. Let me pull this ish up. Sorry. I have so many window captures and shit. Ugh, gosh. Okay, yeah, I can just click on them. I'm dumb. I'm an idiot. Gotcha. So what I want is... Why do I have that one open? Hold on. Let me close that one. Sorry, hold on, guys. Yes. Basically, where are we? Yeah. Through math that we had discovered figuring things out last time, March and April we're going to do NOPQR, 11 streams. May's going to be 8 streams, and then I'll finish S, and that'll be it. And then through June through August I'll be off, probably working on the video or do something else. And September through October will be the last chunk. But yeah, I'm going to get into this soon. But that's all I wanted to show with that. But yeah, housekeeping stuff. I did. It's actually not on here. It's sorry. There we go. I did some housekeeping. Long and short. It's explained in the J live stream, but I didn't fill out. I didn't do this for L and M. So they're here. It stopped on K. So there's L. I did all of this last night. I did L. I did M. I did all of M, and I did the long entries for M and L and M. L and M. And I noticed a trend. I realized something about doing this that I don't think I registered when I first came up with this concept, or this like keeping track of this thing. You remember that this past few streams we've realized there might be some Takahata erasure. It's not even so much erasure as it is just kind of minimal talking about. Just they don't really talk about certain creators more so than others, and I think it's emblematic of how big the entries are for all these different series. So you think of it was because I saw Mind Game only 18 lines, and I'm like, okay, are any of the anime that Yuasa is a part of any of them long entries? No. I'm pretty sure I checked all of them. No. But then that got me thinking, Takahata, the only one that meets the threshold of over 40 for what's considered a long entry is Grave of the Fireflies. Every other entry does not make it. Pompoko is really close, but it doesn't. And same thing with Dazaki. The ones that, the two of them, the few of them that do, right? Obviously Lupin, because Lupin's just the giant franchise and everything. Blackjack, which makes sense because they're not just talking about Dazaki's OVAs, but the TV series that he's not a part of, and the whole manga in general, because it's a Tezuka thing. So that's why it's a long entry, not because of Dazaki. I imagine Golgo is one. I actually don't know if I checked. Yes, Golgo is, but again, that one has other series. It's 3rd edition only that has that, because they have the TV series, and it's a whole manga thing that they explain. Space Cobra is, but I imagine that's the case where like they're kind of explaining the whole movie and then going in, and they also talk about the show a little bit, and they may have mentioned the remake as well. But yeah, Treasure Island just barely doesn't make it. Rose of Versailles barely doesn't make it. You know, it's Aim for the Ace doesn't make it. I put that up here. I put those on the bottom just because they haven't been like properly put in place yet. Aim for the Ace. You know, there's certain ones that's just like, if you recall from Jay, I'm keeping track of not just the long entries, but the ones that like, really, this isn't a long entry? This is all you had to say about Bleach? This is all you had to say about Haruhi Suzumiya? Where is it? Haruhi Suzumiya, 28 lines. That's not a big entry? But fucking MD Geist is? Do you see what I mean? So obviously I'm gonna like refine this, and that's part of the video, but like this is all the evidence basically. But that's what I was doing last night. Didn't do any reading, but yeah. Let's read the chat. Damn, now Evan's Solitary reminds me of MSS Blue and gave me PTSD. Oh, jeez. I'm hanging with friends tomorrow. I'm finally getting to start watching Cobra. Nice! Have fun with that. I fell down a literary critique hole and learned less than nothing, but now I morbidly want to make a video on Madoka, specifically on Rebellion, and a deeper deconstruction reading, like for real. All right, go for it. That's still. I haven't seen Rebellion still. Funny enough. That's still Takahata erasure or downplaying. Yeah. Also, I wrote down. Noticed how often Miyazaki comes up in Takahata's works, but not the other way around. Obviously, I have to do a little more digging on that to really every single entry in Miyazaki's stuff, and how often do they mention Takahata or his work. Whereas in these works, right, they're like, oh, it's Miyazaki's first original work as a screenwriter. And then later it says, oh, the sequel is also directed by Takahata. Oh, okay, thanks. You know? They basically credit it to being Miyazaki work. It's like, alright. Imagine being an elitist encyclopedia and not caring for the art house directors. Hello again, I see we returned to the Moomin playlist. Yeah, I figured a throwback. I think this is gonna be a little longer stream because I'm gonna try to do half of that of what's left of M tonight. So that's gonna go over probably over 2 hours, if not more. We'll see. Everything they'd say about A Name for the Ace, they said was calling everything else a rip off of it. Basically, I finished a playthrough of Ocarina of Time. Was that your first playthrough? Or was probably not? Maybe it was. I'm still playing Master Quest. I beat Jabba Jabba's Belly. It's difficult. You know what? You know what? I'm happy that it's not stupid hard. Where it's like it's just throwing enough curveballs at you to make it interesting, and definitely worth going through. But I appreciate that it's not just a completely new dungeon, where it's the same map and the same items, same enemies, but they place enemies in different places, and then they put new enemies that, like, they put likes in Jabba Jabba's Belly, and I hated it. Fuck. I hate likes so much. But yeah, like, they add some more enemies, and they just kind of make you do it out of order, basically, which is really kind of does it in a different order. They use the same architecture, but they move things around to make it a different dungeon. It's really interesting. It was actually my first. I don't know what took me so long. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. We all come to some class. There's always some classics that people haven't seen that are late to. That's fine. I don't know. So I think Master Quest has like 1 or 2 puzzles that were unintuitive for first players. Yeah. Well, it's because they're unintuitive because it's kind of meant for people who've already beaten the game. And probably have already beaten the game multiple times. Because it requires knowledge of the dungeon and the layout, like how it's supposed to go, so that when it throws you a curveball, you can contextualize it as like, oh, okay, because this is what's supposed to be happening, but they're doing it like this. You know what I mean? And so it ends. So like in Deku Tree, they don't give you, to my knowledge, they don't give you the password for those final Deku Scrubs, which you're supposed to beat them in a certain order. Like 23 is number 1. They don't give you they don't give you a code. At least I didn't find one. Maybe I was supposed to, but I didn't get one. And so I just kind of have to watch them and see what they do. But a new player, they're literally not gonna know what to do. But I know I have to beat them in a certain order. I just don't know what that order is. So I just have to kind of, I ended up observing them, and they go in a certain order, and that's what I did, and that's how I figured it out. But a new player, I don't know if they'd actually figure that out. Does Master Quest do that thing where enemies do a lot more damage? Probably, but I haven't noticed. The combat's kind of, you know, I've played that game for so long and so many times that the combat doesn't, it's whatever for me, but it's more of just like the experience of the new puzzles. I don't know what the puzzles are or how different they are, so that's what's the fresh experience for me. But I haven't found it that challenging yet. Yeah, okay. But I thought that was interesting. As usual. I wouldn't have brought it up otherwise. Okay. Pull this encyclopedia up. Stato des. Don't put the stream analytics on screen, and don't, because you'll get discouraged or whatever. Don't get on Twitter. What are you doing on Twitter for? Sorry. Oh, it's right there. I'm a dummy. Oh, I'm going to put Mal on there because I have to, just in case I want to show something. Yep, like that. Okay. I haven't finished season 1 yet of Sailor Moon. That's okay. Okay, last one we read was Madoka Box. So the first one we have for tonight is called Medical Humiliation. Cool. Great one to start out with. Wonderful. It's my favorite. Alright. I want some food. I want some bar. These bars! I'm gonna read it as I eat. They never give their casual opinion like that. Usually they're gonna really go in for a porn, I mean. Usually they're just, I don't know, the context of this was weird. They're describing it, making them into his sex slaves. The art and animation are at the usual serviceable, but not outstanding, level of the vanilla series, based on the game of corporate partners. I'm like, why did you mention the animation? You've never done that before. You would always just skip from the description, from the summary to the what it's based on, and that's it. That's weird. Maybe that's how they could, like, I don't know what that call was. Weird. Okay. I finished Conquer Revolution, by the way. Well, yeah, of course. It's 24 episodes within the... Wasn't it on Tuesday I streamed and you said that? So now you're done in 3 days? Man. Pace yourself a little bit. Sheesh. What did it take the Marmalade Boy like a week or two? Hey, Dinah Steven. Good to see you. I gotta resuscitate my Nisio Eason apathy. Just got through my first editing commission this week. Right, for Roggle, right? Now I got how some of my friends are feeling after getting a video out. You just want to bask in the work you put in for a day. You're not feeling post-video depression? Where it's like, oh, it's gone, it's out in the ether. The fuck do I do now? That's what I feel sometimes. That's often what I feel. Did you hear the old official translator for Cypher Academy quit? Right! Yeah. I'm on my cold phase of love-hate, so I'll come around eventually. I have pretty much no experience with Nisio Eason. So, interesting. A little blind spot for me. I'm supposed to be doing Monogatari at some point this year, but I don't think that's happening. I'm very comfortable just watching my Magical Girl series, my very long Magical Girl series, watching one episode of whatever season, whatever show I want. This year it's really not like anything. Like it was Mecha last year, and the year before that was like shonen, like some random shonen thing. This year it's literally just been like Trigun, Kill la Kill, Gungrave. I'm watching Gungrave now. It's good. Very good. I actually love it. I'm actually really invested in it. I had no idea it was directed by Toshiyuki Suru. Oh my god. The ED is amazing. Sorry, I'm very distracted. This is weird. So, this entry is specifically for Rockman.exe, which is not the original Mega Man, right? It's Mega Man Battle Network. I have a mutual watching this show right now. But here they go, not describing the show, but simply describing the property. They're just going to describe Mega Man. Beginning life as a Capcom video game Rockman in 1987, back at the beginning of the gaming boom with Spring Street Fighter 2, this show's protagonist was created as a lab assistant to doctors Thomas Light and Albert Wily. By following Wily's turn to the dark side, Mega Man / Rockman is turned into a battle android to protect the world. The original platform game was later converted into a cartoon series by American Animation Company, which does not qualify as anime. The Capcom website also claims that Japanese-made straight-to-video Rockman two-parter was released in 1993 and 1994. And now we're at Rockman.exe. A series based loosely on the contents and the plots of the first two games? Wait a minute. The franchise was revived by as Rockman Exe, a series based loosely on the contents and plots of the first two games. They mean Mega Man and Mega Man 2. They think EXE, that it sounds like that. The Capcom website claims that our Japanese, following the cancellation of the American series, the franchise was revived in its anime form as Rockman EXE. Okay. Wait a minute. The beginning of its third season. Followed by later seasons, Rockman EXE Access, based on the fourth game, EXE Stream, not directly linked to any one game, EXE Beast, and EXE Beast Plus. An edited version of EXE airs in America as Mega Man NT. Am I high? I love Monogatari. I also like the other stuff. I haven't seen it. Gungrave's surprisingly good. I watched it back when Banana Fish. Yeah, that's nice. That's a good pairing. That's a good pairing to watch Banana Fish and Gungrave together. I should get out on Zeragoto. Been enjoying the Sally the Witch screenshots. Thank you, Postboy. I appreciate that. It's a fun show. Very fun. Describing OG Mega Man. Yeah, that's such a far throw. None of this background is necessary, even relevant. None of that is right outside of including Robot Masters, and that ain't even true. See, I don't have that much connection to the Mega Man franchise, but, like, I know it's a different Mega Man. Like, EXE is about a kid that, like, goes into a network and becomes Mega Man. But he's not an actual android. It's like a semi-robot thing. Like, am I wrong? Protagonist Rock, paired with his canine assistant Rush, has a certain superficial resemblance to the superhero and wonder dog combination of Cashern, Robot Hunter. Their world and adventures, however, are very different. Set in the year 2000X, and therefore firmly rooting this show's continuity in the early Rockman games, and not in the later episodes set centuries later. What? Is there argument that EXE is based on the original games because of the setting title, like the year? The series posits a world where electronic communication is universal and all electronic devices are connected. So far, so Ghost in the Shell. God damn. Shut up with the fucking comparisons. With the fucking connections to everything. It only connects up because they're AI, and you have to wait for the third game to know DR light head sex. What are you talking about? You just made it more confusing. What are you talking about? Yeah, Battle Network has more in common with Digimon than Rockman. Everyone has a personal terminal or pet, a helpmate that can delete viruses and other network threats, as well as functioning, as the name implies, as electronic pets. Many manga spin-offs also exist, including titles by Hitoshi Ariga and Ryo Takamisaki. Takao Kato's Rockman EXE is a theatrical movie released in which Rockman must journey underground to defeat a new enemy, Nebula Gray. What the fuck? What a weird article. I need to write some of this stuff down. They're saying that EXE is taking place on the same year as OG Mega Man instead of Future's years of Mega Man X. Yeah, the kid is at least 3 generations after. That's what I mean. It's not even in the original world. They're implying it's from the original Mega Man games. Did they even look at the fucking cover? They say revived, but like Mega Man X games were still coming out when Battle Network started. Like, they just don't get it. It's like they're tuned out. Get someone else to write this article, please. Well, we know they aren't gamers now. Now? Now we don't know that? Are you sure? Are you sure now is the... I'm this far in, we're like, I don't think these guys play video games. Huh. I'm sorry to tell you. It's, they definitely don't. Maybe they do. Full credit to them. But, like, they certainly don't write as if they do. Look, I don't even know much about the Mega Man games, but, like, you just look at that show, you look at the OP, Battle Network, that's definitely not the original Mega Man. Which, like, is the guy's an android, and he goes to defeat Dr. Wily or whatever. This has more kids, and episodic adventures, and... like, describe the show. Did they even, like... They literally describe the show, seemingly accurate. It seems accurate. Hikari Neto and his Net Navi Mega Man set out to become the best net battlers, defending the net from evil operators like the Sinister World 3, the Dark Lloyds, and the alien Net Navi duo in the process. And then they go on to describe the video game, where the show's protagonist was created as a lab assistant to Light and Wily, and then he turned to a battle android to protect the world. That's 2 different things. And then they say that the EXE is based loosely on the contents and plots of the first 2 games. Clearly not. Like, what are you talking about? I'll stop dwelling on this. It's so weird and annoying. Okay. Next one. Gotta go fast. Gotta go faster, faster. That was a good article. I was waiting for them to drop some cringe, and they didn't. And I'm like, that's exactly how you... This is exactly what I want. This is exactly what I want you to do for everyone. Why? Why are they not all like this? Okay, The king of the pretty little European island kingdom of Kuchen is advised by 5 magistrates, almost always drawn from the Strahls, the elite graduates of the Rosenstall boarding school. One has to be well-connected, intelligent, and talented to even get into the school, let alone strive for Strahl status. In 1935, 5 young noblemen aim to become Strahls and achieve magistrate status and political power. They are Orpheus, Ludwig, Edward, Camus, and Naoji. Their friendships and rivalries form the plot of this anime for girls, based on dating sim games Tanbi Muso Main Lieb, released by Konami for the Game Boy Advance in 2001 and PS2 in 2004, and its follow-up Main Lieb Yubinaru Kyoku. The handsome young men in the game were designed by androgynous glamour specialist Kaori Yuki, author of Angel Sanctuary and Count Kane. A manga version of the anime entitled Mein Lieb, German for My Love, also ran in Bisatsu Hanato Yume, and yearningly elegant merchandise includes a trading card game and CD dramas. In 2006, a second TV series with a new director brought a new headmaster to the elite Rosenstall's academy. Grimlier Mein Lieb Wieder brings our 5 heroes from the first series face to face with a plot to sell their beloved homeland into foreign hands, a plot that naturally they alone can foil. Is the aristocratic English spy Sir Isaac Cavendish friend, foe, or both? Is the world of title, privilege, and duty about to end? The German subtitle Wieder implies both afresh and against, new beginnings but not welcomed by all, and the overall tone of the series is somber. No aggression, no spin, no snark, no opinion, facts. Just facts. Thank you. Interesting tidbits. The characters were designed by androgynous glamour specialist Kaori Yuki. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, it includes this stuff for merchandise. This is where it originates from. This is kind of where the sequel goes. The overall tone of the series is somber. Oh, I understand now. Thank you. That's all we need. That's it. That's all we want. Heading out. See you another time. Good to see you, Annalisa. Yeah. So weird. Like, that's all you need to do. Okay. Let's go on to Mekaku City Actors. I already know they have an opinion on this one. I'm actually going to write that as a good one, by the way. Because I'm like, that's just what you do. This is the opposite of one I want, actually. a tale of 2 articles. Wow, I clap. Now, and here's Mekaku City Actors. Shintaro, a boy who has barely left his bedroom for 2 years, haplessly ventures out after spilling a drink on his keyboard, only to get tied up in a terrorist attack on a department store, foiled by the coincidental presence of several superpowered teenagers. Released out of order, online, a series of Vocaloid songs by the artist Jin soon developed a narrative quality of their own, transforming into a canon of ballad-like celebrations of the activities of a gang of misfit teens, each with strange powers revolving around sight and seeing on the rampage in Tokyo. Don't take our word for it. Search for them on YouTube, and you'll soon be dragged into a cycle of boppy songs that first appear to be banal and blundering, but soon reveal themselves as subversive and cynical, as if someone were trying to tell the story of Batman through the medium of a Hatsune Miku musical. Like Serial Experiments Lane crashed into the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. Stop! Stop! Shut the fuck up! Oh, man. Oh, my God. The Kaku City Actors keeps unshunting new prequels onto pre-existing narratives as if a story... What is this, a stand-up routine? As if a... What are you, trying to tell a joke? In the encyclopedia? As if a confused storyteller keeps saying, "Oh, did I forget to mention?" Character motivations are regularly turned on their heads by revelations about their pasts. Simple actions suddenly take on sublime depth when we realize what they relate to, and each chapter changes one's perspective on everything that has gone on before. Throughout, there is a recurring sense of being special in a world that doesn't even notice you. These invisible, everyday teens have crazy abilities that they can't even control, like a girl whose very presence commands everybody's attention, or a Medusa woman who can turn people into stone by simply meeting their gaze. Meanwhile, director Akiyuki Shimbo piles on dozens of stylish shots, visual experiments, and iconic moments, making this anime as much of a feast for the eyes as it is a tangle for the brain. I like the last part at least. The actual analysis of the show without having to relate it to something else. Like Serial Experiments Late meets Haruhi Suzumiya. Okay, I don't need that. I don't need that. Kaku City Actors, that takes me back. Finally made it in time for one of these live. Yeah, good to see you as your guy. Hell yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's just so... Ugh. I'm just gonna put the self-referential part in. This breaks me, dude. This actually breaks me. They don't erase Shinbo. Let's go. Yeah, they actually like Akiyuki Shinbo. They actually like that one. They say they like Shinbo, I think. Yes. It's also good to see you, Chudai Kishara. Kishasa. Fuck. Trying to read them as charitably as possible here. Do you think the format precludes them from expanding on their critiques, so as a consequence they feel a little undercooked? Nah, I would say they have managed to make good articles before. There are some that I've been writing down. There's some here, and I have an entire running list in the encyclopedia proper. It's not a long list, I will admit, because honestly, a lot of the art, like the vast majority of articles, are fine and just not much to say. And you can see that when I'm in stream, right? Where if there's an article and I don't say anything about it, just move on to the next one. Then that's fine, and that happens. It's just obviously the stuff that stands out, right? I don't think it's a limitation. They can write about however much and however little of these entries they want. They they might have had their own limitations, their own strictness, like, oh, we're not going to go past this amount or something, because they don't want a certain, because obviously they can't write forever about everything. They have to have limitations somewhere. I get that. But, like, that's not stopped them before, is what I'm saying. So I don't think it's a matter of the format. They've been able to make good with it in other places. It's just these trends, it's just these things that they keep doing that's so annoying and, like, transparent. Because the reason they're doing the serial experiments, Lamies, Haruhi Suzumiya, the real reason they do that is they're inserting as many of these articles from different places as possible, so that when it's like a, you know, one of those coffee table books where it's like, you know, you can pick it up whenever and peruse through it, and if you open one up and you glide through, they mention almost every single one of them mentions, and sometimes it's such an arbitrary mention or just a really random different place, and it's gonna, what they want you to do is like YouTube, they want you to stay in the book as long as possible, so they're gonna bounce you to a different place. You're gonna keep, so that's how they bounce you around. They're kind of not expecting you to read all of it. Which is fair, but at the same time, weird that you would write a book that you don't expect or want anyone to read all of. Right? That doesn't make sense. So I don't think that's their intention. But it feels like that. It doesn't feel like you're supposed to read them in chronological order. But when you notice that, it's so... I'm just kind of like... I see past it. I see the kind of triviality of doing... The only reason they're saying, like, Lane crashes into Haruhi Suzumiya, as colorful as a comparison that might be to describe, or maybe even accurate, they're clearly doing it just so that you, like, oh, what's Lane? Oh, what's Haruhi? Except... I obviously don't want to click on those because I know what Lane is. I know what Haruhi is. I know what Tenchi Muyo is. I know what Urusei because you mention it all the damn time. And I'm also not an entry-level fan. One of the things that we are kind of wondering about this book is sort of like, who is this for? Is this for the casual fan? Is this for the hardcore fan? Is this for someone who never heard of anime before? It could be any of them. Or none of them. I don't know. Hello, Oscar. I see, that makes sense. Seems like half a self-imposed rule, maybe. A rule that they haven't made clear to us. Or obviously it's like, you know, they're writing mini essays about thousands of anime. It's a daunting task. And I don't envy them. In fact, I don't know if that was a good idea, because it ends up you end up getting a lot of eyebrow-raising moments like this. What's the longest article on a single anime in the book? It's probably Lupin, 240 lines. It's probably Lupin, but I have to check. It's Gundam. Let me see, because that is a thing that is a thing I'm keeping track of. Technically. So Gundam is 222 lines, and Lupin is 240, and that's not counting Cagliostro, which has its own article, which is 25 lines. So like all together, it's 265. And does it change between versions? Yeah, I mean, it's a lot more. I found it kind of cumbersome to do that for both versions, to keep track of this for both versions. It's very likely that it's the case for that Lupin's the longest, or it might be that or Gundam. Might be a tie, it might be close. But I'm kind of going as of the third edition with this particular concept. Hey, it's Shaves. Good to see you, Hugs. It's been a while. Osashiburi. Alright. I have to finish writing this thing for Mikaku City Actors. What? Okay, yeah, I am on the right thing. Right. Shut up! I'm gonna put positive, though, because they do seem to like it. next article. It's one of the new ones. By new ones, I mean it would have been in the first edition, but it wasn't. Apparently, I couldn't find it. So McCander's from 1977. So this is a third edition article that could have been in the first. So it's a new one. If that makes sense. I don't think they've disliked anything from Shimbo. Honestly, same. Fair. I still don't know what this book's for. I think storehand comparisons should be limited to one show if possible. After a while, it sounds like an SEO tactic. That's what I'm pretty much trying to say, Stephen. Yeah, that's an SEO tactic. And it just becomes so cynical. It's just like noticeable and annoying. You touched this on your first video. Feels like there's sort of a tension between what it's trying to be and the existence of the internet. Well, yeah, I mean, it's certainly a relic to go through now. Because the internet and anime databases, for one thing, no doubt, are standing on this book's shoulders. Because it's true, and I have no doubt in my mind. So, like, when I first started this project, right, one of the things I said that was I'm not going to be scrutinizing is what's absent. And I'm going to probably have to remove that because it's become clear to me that they are so effing thorough. It's insane. They have everything. They have shit you've never heard of. And we'll probably have... They have lost media in here. They straight up had one entry that was supposed to be in production and then just never got made. And was supposed to get made and was like a listing that they put in their encyclopedia, and then it just isn't there in the third edition because it just didn't end up getting made. Right? Like, that's how deep they are in this. So many of the entries that I've read that I've become interested in the anime, it turns out have like less than 500 members on Mal. Or less than 100 or something. It's iceberg black obscure. They have everything. And so then the things that they don't have end up actually sticking out to me. And not like, oh, I can understand there's a lot of, slips through the cracks. No, like, really? You don't have Fate Stay Night listed in here? You have Fate Zero listed in here, but you don't have Fate Stay Night. At all. You just say it's part of the larger Fate series. What? Right? So that's what I'm talking about. Anywho. Where was I? But the internet, yeah, it's a relic, right? Sorry if I'm just ranting and I'm tight, we have not made much progress, and it's been 52 minutes. Gonna be streaming for a little while, just a little while. Great. I shouldn't eat this second bar right away, but I want to because I'm hungry. It reminds me of those 100 X to Y before you die book. Yeah. But at least those are selective. This is everything. No. It's me. I like reading the chat. So it's not you guys. It's annoying because I have this, like, I love the chat and interacting with you guys so much that the rare times when it's not as active, it's nice because I get to make progress, but I feel bad because, like, oh, I hope they're still watching. Like, it's such a thing for me. Anyway. thanks for the spoiler. Jeez. Thanks so much. Wow. There's the thing with one of the sponsors dropped out, so they had to cobble together new episodes from old footage with very limited new animation. Wow. The duality of shapes. I'm still watching. I'm just finally ever so present judging you. That's what I'm feeling. And like, more power to you. You know, it's Sea Dog VA. I was just catching up on one of his VODs for the RV streams he's been doing, and he made this comment of like, yeah, the lurkers are the real G's. Like they're the real ones. Like they're the real. Thank you so much. You know, it's like if you those second monitor chads. I'm like, okay, yeah, I have you on my second monitor too, as I'm doing this work or whatever. It's like fair. That's cool. Anyway, yeah, okay. Well, I should probably read this one. Sizu. Alright. Sassy schoolgirl Haruhi Suzumiya is the leading light of the Save Our Society by overloading it with Fun Brigade, the SOS Club. An association formed to befriend, attract, and generally hang out with time travelers, visiting aliens, and anyone with superpowers. She finds mundane humans terribly boring, which is bad news for Kyon, the local boy who sits in front of her in class and is unwittingly dragged into her science-fictional adventures. For Haruhi is more than the girl next door. Unknown to herself, she is also a godlike being with a control over reality itself, whose expectations and obsessions must be carefully managed in order to protect the fabric of the universe. The result is a fearsome parody of fans, fandom, and the otaku world's obsession with unattainable muses, marrying the affectionate teases of Genshiken to the surreal satire of Excel Saga. There it is again. Based on the series of novels in Sneaker Magazine by Nagaru Tanigawa, the series begins with an episode 00 that features the SOS Club's student movie, a ridiculously silly anime pastiche about a combat waitress from the future that is all too accurate, for instance, compared to Variable Geo. However, the series then unspools at a cunning postmodern level, broadcast out of chronological order and hence viewable as an expanding investigation of character, or reordered as a simple chronicle of events. The second series in 2009 arguably took such experimentation a little too far, with its notorious Endless 8 sequence repeating some, but mercifully not all, of the 15,532 iterations of a time loop, from which the cast can only escape by observing minute changes in detail, a conceit perhaps used to better effect in Tatami Galaxy. No! Not the same thing. Tatami has time loops, but it's not... I might be misremembering Tatami, fellas, but correct me if I'm wrong. My dude joins different clubs every episode. So he restarts back to his freshman year and then chooses a different club, so it's a completely new episode. That's the time loop, but this is they're trapped in the same scenario. It's literally the same. Like, I haven't seen it yet, but from what I remember, from what I've been seeing and told about it, it's literally the same scenes, except they're storyboarded slightly differently and directed, like, have different outfits and stuff, but the events are literally the same. So that's not Tatami. It's a conceit perhaps better used to better effect in Tatami. No. See, this is like, they're stretching themselves with the trying to grab different shows and compare and compare and compare. What? That is not that. Tatami is not that. The ponderous movie spin-off, The Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya, is another narrative experiment, long enough to be considered a third season in one lump, suddenly confronting the characters with a world in which Haruhi does not exist, and daring Kyon to determine the nature of her sudden removal, or if his memories of her are a hallucination. That's it. Not a long article. Weird Tatami comparison. I don't know if they gave their opinion on that. It sounds like they like it. It seems at least they appreciate it. Weird choices, though. Yeah, the stretch of the statement is as big as a galaxy. Tatami's not that. They at least see it as an artistic venture, so that's good. Did they name drop 4 different things in that one? Let's see how many things they name drop. They name dropped their fandom article, Genshiken, Excel Saga, Variable Geo, Tatami Galaxy. Yeah. Those 5. You're right, 4, but 5th one counts because fandom, they have this, they often link people to their articles that are in the 3rd edition as well, like music and anime, everyday anime, etc. Yeah. But that generalization is what I'm talking about. I think this would be a very good example to demonstrate what I'm talking about with them calling things like Pokemon ripoff, because they're not looking at the nuance at all. They literally just see time travel story and just think they're the same fucking thing. It's like no wonder you're burnt out or media poisoned and think oh whatever, because you're literally not looking at the nuance. And I'm not trying to actually you, like you're just flat out ignoring the nuance. Tatami is not the same episode 11 times. It's completely, that's the whole reason Endless 8 is infamous. It's not because it's a time loop. Never heard of Geo. That is a little much. Yeah. Okay. Melody of Oblivion. See what they got to say about this one. One of Roger's faves. Immediately. I'll read more and then I'll say it. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. How is it getting worse? Melody of Oblivion is an often surreal show that recalls some of the strange transformations of Utena or JoJo's Bizarre Adventures with the motorcycle road trip of Kito's journey. Oh my god, you need to stop. You need to stop right now. What? Please. Also, the thing I was going to mention earlier, immediately link their article on wartime. Like, in the far future, a war breaks out between humans and monsters, and the humans lose. See wartime anime for details. What? Oh, what the hell's happening? Huh? People really do generalize so hard that you can make everything sound like the same thing. Do you know if they call Yu-Gi-Oh! A Pokemon ripoff? I've heard that from non-anime fans. Maybe. I haven't read the Yu-Gi-Oh! One yet. Reminds me of a brief film reviews in newspapers. Feels like a lot of self-justification trying to be seen as knowledgeable in a field. Sure. But, like, that's like a adolescent thing. That feels like a thing, like, you're just baby's first film critic. Like, it feels like an immature thing to do. And here these guys are, like, definitely older than, like, way older than me when they wrote this. Been in the fandom, been in the anime community for way longer than I have by the time they wrote this. And yet, what are we doing? Come on. Okay. I have to finish this article. In a plot point seemingly ripped wholesale from Pete Docter's Monsters Inc., the monsters feed on the life of energy of children in order to create mayhem, leading to some strange contrasts of everyday life and alien attack. Well, they seem to like it though. Doesn't Roger like Melody of Oblivion? Yeah! Yeah, it's one of his favorites. And I don't mean to keep doing this to Roger where it's like he's defined by very certain specific anime or whatever. I don't know. It's just it's a charming quality. Alright, and then positive. Yeah. Okay. What's next? Members of the Student Council. Okay. He does like a lot of shows you don't typically see people appreciating, which is cool. Exactly. It's really cool. James is like the Alexander with Internet historian levels of wit and resource gathering. With clear influence of JoJo's Pikachu for Pokemon, and that's what it's yeah. Yeah. And look, it's really not, it's not the worst thing to compare one thing to another. Like, oh, this guy reminds me of this other thing that I like. Or to a layman, right? I get from the layman's perspective that never heard of Melody of Oblivion, trying to give you a taste and fill in with things that they might actually be familiar with. But there comes a point. There comes a point. A line of sorts that you cross. It's like, I'm... Stop. That's enough. Do something else. Finds himself in a harem. Sorry, a group of 3 girls. It seems the writers set themselves a target of an innuendo a minute or more, and they work very hard to keep up to speed. The writers. You literally just, based on the manga by Tozen Uje. So if it's based on a manga, obviously they don't have the time to check this, but like, could you maybe guess that the writers are simply taking from the writing of the one guy? It's always so weird when these guys have done it a number of times, but obviously it feels like an old hat thing to do, where you're gonna blame the writers for something in an anime. They're gonna blame the writers when it's based on a manga that very often has the same writing that's from the manga. That's the author. The author took that, right? Makes you think, makes you wonder, makes you think. Comparisons are fine, but the combinations are like a Frankenstein monster. Yeah, that's fair. Like, the clashing makes it be like, what? Yeah. Yeah, I don't really have much about that one. Yeah. They don't really give their opinion of that. Murmuries of... Yeah, I don't really say much. Do you see what I mean? Like, some of these articles just kind of go, and they're like, so whatever. Not much to say there. I feel like people always like to blame the writers above anything else when it comes to media analysis. Right? Weird. If I had a penny for any time somebody said the writing is bad. I know. Look, I don't disagree with the qualms sometimes, because sometimes the dialogue can be very uninteresting or, mundane. I don't necessarily like bad writing, the term, because that's very subjective, but like, when you say something is uninteresting, that word, I think it's a different... I don't know if there's an exact terminology for this, but when you say the writing is bad, it feels like you're making a judgment or a objective statement. The writing is bad! But when you say the writing is uninteresting, the writing is uninteresting, no matter what tone you say that in, it always... The word choice, to me at least, makes it feel like that's coming from you. You find it uninteresting. And that's a lot more understandable and, like, reasonable to say than this judgment of the writing is bad. The writing is bad. Any way you say that, it's just the writing is bad. It's a judgment call. You're making a quantitative statement. Qualitative statement? I think it's qualitative, but, like, objective. It feels like you're really casting something on it. But I know it's your opinion when you say it's uninteresting. I don't think anyone would make any other assumption. Or act like the writers dictate every choice and said, right. I just think it needs to be elaborated more. Oh, yeah. Memories of Youth. Seems that they may have a positive take on that one. It's exploring a certain untapped topic of wartime, where like there's these boys that kind of flee to China, Manchukuo, the state of Manchukuo, a country newly carved out of sovereign Chinese territory by the Japanese army. Yeah. Yeah, they don't really give their physical opinion it's a good movie or whatever. It just kind of says this is what it's tackling. So that's at least unbiased and nice. That's cool. Just looking into the author's background, seems like they both spent time in print media, so the snappy comparative approach to explaining a work makes sense. Oh yeah. To me, it feels like it can fill in for anything. Like maybe the problem actually comes from the scenario writer instead of the script writer or whatever. I get their subjectivity can be implied. When people say these almost concrete statements, it usually does mean that they think that objectively. Usually those kinds of people make it obvious when they do. They'll be a lot more pretentious about it with other things they say. Yeah, that's fair. Kind of reading between the lines. Alright. Manage a twins. Okay. Hentai, of course. I'll read this one out loud. Lucia Nanami is a mermaid princess who lives in the North Pacific Ocean. She is the designated bearer of the pink pearl, but she's lost it. 7 years ago, she rescued a boy from a sinking ship, lost the pearl, but also lost her heart. She missed out her coming-of-age ceremony last year because she didn't have her pearl, so she needs to find it in order to become officially adult. But she also wants to find the boy, so she heads for a city on the coast. Passing for human, she soon meets her first love, but he's such a cocky, flirtatious guy that at first she doesn't recognize him. Kaito Domoto is a surfer, all-round athlete, and babe magnet, but with a very arrogant attitude. Lucia registers at his school to be closer to him, but if she falls in love with a human and tells him how she feels, she'll die. This modern take on Little Mermaid has another twist. Sea monsters, led by the evil Gaito, are attacking the mermaid kingdoms. The magical power of the colored pearls can transform the princesses into singing divas, with enough power to defeat the sea monsters. If Lucia stays in the human world to be with Kaito, she can't join in the battle. Supposedly based on a manga by screenwriter Michiko Yokote and Pink Hanamori in Nakayoshi magazine, some of MM's comic situations are a little obvious. For instance, Lucia is chosen to play the lead in a class performance of Little Mermaid, only to have water imps threaten to expose her as a real mermaid. But as with the original, there's pathos in this story. The idea that a cute girl with a heartfelt song can save the world, or that you can love someone enough to give him up or die for him, is still as corny and as touching as it was when Macross premiered. The second series followed straight on in 2004. Babe Magnet. Please tell me your impressions of that article, Hayden. As a mermaid melody aficionado. What do you think? What's your verdict? Supposedly based on a manga. Is it not supposed? Is it just like, no, it's very clearly that. That's funny. Let me know. They, I guess they give it a... I'll give it a mixed opinion. Because they're very backhanded with the way they talk about it, I think. I think it's accurate enough. It is clearly based on a manga that came out before. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of the extent of it, I think. Okay. The porn. Here's another one. See what we got. 13-year-old Ichigo Momomiya. He gets a hot date. School dreamboat Masaya Aoyama. Unfortunately, during the date, she's zapped by a strange ray that scrambles her DNA with that of an endangered species. When you think how many endangered species there are, she was lucky. Instead of an Amazonian insect or fish, she was mixed with the Iriomote wildcat, giving her great agility, cute ears, and a tail. She can now transform into pink-haired superheroine Mew Mew Ichigo. It turns out that, as in Sailor Moon, she's one of a team of 5 girls selected to protect the Earth from the mysterious alien known as Deep Blue, each endowed with color coding, special powers, and the cutest attributes of an animal from the Red Data list. See Red Data Girl. Ichigo, whose name means strawberry, and her colleagues Mew Mint, Mew Lettuce, Mew Pudding, and Mew Zakuro, pomegranate, each get individual transformation sequences, magical weapons, and special powers. Guided by their magical companion, cute pink robot Masha, they set out to help save the Earth and its endangered creatures in a show based on the manga by Miya Ikumi and Reiko Yoshida. Unscathed? See, they said, as in Sailor Moon, but they don't call it a ripoff. Why is that? Well, look, I don't want to call Mew Mew Power a ripoff either. I don't want anything to be called a ripoff. But that's really interesting, isn't it? I do wonder how many of these Magical Girl series they talk about. They're gonna when they bring up Sailor Moon, they call it a ripoff of Sailor Moon. I do want to write that down, though. Wait, Shaves, I didn't notice you changed your profile picture. It's a good photo. Thank you. I just feeling pretty good about it. The jacket has a patch on it from my main channel that Bob Samurai made, which I'm very happy with. It's my current profile picture on Twitter. I could be wrong, but I feel like it was designed for Media Mix from the start. The anime started airing shortly after the manga began publishing, and Michiko Yokote is also credited on the manga on Mal. Okay. Michiko Yokote is a very prevalent anime writer who doesn't have any manga credits other than some .hack thing. Okay. It's not necessarily an odd choice, I guess, but like I really want to make note of that. Your Twitter never pops up in my feed. Meanwhile, Critty won't leave my feed alone. It's funny. To be fair, I don't tweet that much, so I guess that could be it. There's rashes where I tweet a ton, but then other days where I'm completely absent, even though I'm more of a lurker, all things considered. Okay. Mezzo. Oh, I still have a little bit of here. Yeah. They give an opinion, but not of Mezzoforte. didn't see that, Hayden. Sorry. Tokyo Mew is the same, where the story writer for the manga is also a prolific anime writer with next to no other manga light novel credits. Hinata Best Girl Venture was your most consistent Twitter days. Yeah. The golden age. Fair. But there was multiple days where that's all I tweeted. So I don't know. So we kind of both felt like plants to me. I can't confirm for sure. Hello, Holy Pig. I'm too drunk to drive home, so I'm chilling with you. I'm happy you're chilling where you're at. I'm hoping you're having a good time. I hope I can occupy you for a little while. Got a couple bullseyes at the darts though. Good for you, man. I hope you stay where you are. If you're gonna get home, if you've called someone, or get in an Uber or something. I know it's your car's there, so it's kind of hard to. But like, any way you can. Because I don't want like the bar to close or wherever you're at. But I hope you're doing well. Anywho, we're moving on to. Oh, okay. I'll read this one. I was suspecting they're gonna like it. Hey, been busy. Did I miss anything? I had kind of a freak out during not a freak out, I guess, but like they kind of broke me with Makaku City Actors. I'm sure you can rewind it in the stream. Where they have a particular comparison that's a little too much, and I'm like, please stop. It got really bad. They're especially feisty today. Aw, man, I'm late. Don't worry about it. I started like pretty early these days. I usually start at like 6:30 or 7, but now I kind of started at like 6 because I'm gonna go until I'm finished with a certain part. Until I'm there's a certain article. Where is it? So I have 102 entries of M left. So half of that is 51 entries. So I'm going to do 51 entries tonight and 51 entries on Tuesday. So I have to get to this article called Momiji to finish that one. And then I'll be done. So I'm going to be streaming the whole time until then. And I'll probably go over 2 hours. Makaku City Azure is just like Tenchi Muyo. No, Hayden. No, it's so much more. It's colorful. It threw me, man. It threw me for a fucking loop. Oh my god. You rewind. Because I've been doing this the now reading part very consistently. I'm sure you can rewind it and find that. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna read Michiko to Hachin though. Hana, known as Hachin, is an orphan with an abusive foster parents. They force her to slave for them and their 2 children who are just as abusive. Then sexy criminal Michiko blitzes into her life, straight from prison and carrying the same tattoo as Hachin in the same place. Hachin doesn't trust anyone, but she's desperate to escape her life, and Michiko claims to know her father. Together they take off in the search of the man who means so much to both of them. Hachin's honesty and determination and Michiko's daring and criminal connections carry them through a series of adventures as they learn to trust one another and uncover the mystery of Hana's past. Debut director Yamamoto brings freshness and sincerity to this story. The South American-inspired Borderland setting may recall Manglobe's earlier hit Cowboy Bebop, and the road movie Odd Couple format will no doubt awaken echoes of Samurai Champloo, but old-school fans will see earlier parallels with Candy Candy. Stop! Enough! Enough! Literally enough! Please, I can't handle it anymore! Ah! They did it again! Shut up! Fuck! I'll have to rewind and watch that. To them, everything is Tenchi Muyo or Seiyatsu or Armitage III. Yo, what's up? They'll join you. Come on! No, but they just did it again! No! The settings look gorgeous, and the Latin-inspired music adds to the freshness of the concept. And they're both matched by the almost addictive character development and pacing. The writing isn't perfect. The links between the story arcs are something weak or non-existent. But the charm of the leading characters and the oral and visual delights make this a show worth seeing. No franchise building, no high concept selling, just a straightforwardly enjoyable action adventure with plenty of heart. Good. Good. Manglobe's hit Cowboy Bebop? I didn't even notice that, dude. No. It's a subgroup. It's a subsidiary. Like, Mangrove is like, it has to be like tangentially related. I'm not looking on Mal for this. Hold on. They helped them with like second key animation or something. Like, they're connected somehow, right? Oh my god. I'm gonna Google it. There's no way. There's no way. Sorry, Bebop, yes. Top shows from Manglobe. Yeah, following his groundbreaking Cowboy Bebop, but that doesn't mean Bebop was the... Samurai Champloo retold a classic Bebop. Dude. They are Sunrise. They are an offshoot of Sunrise, at least. But it was formed in 2002! Ayo, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is fine. This is fine. What's your impression of Gun X Sword? I haven't seen Gun X Sword yet. Holy pig. What I am watching right now is Gungrave, which I really enjoy. Highly recommend it. It's original creator is the same guy as Trigun. It's the same studio as Trigun. It's the same music composer as Trigun. And it's directed by the guy who made Naruto really, really cool, Toshiyuki Suru. I have a video talking about Naruto's animation, and that's like one of the most talented guys on that production, and he directs Gungrave. Love the ED on that show. But I unfortunately have not seen Gunsword yet. Shades is baffled by me right now. Glenn Haruhi? Yeah, and then I literally just had this similar reaction when, like, probably after you guys left and watched that. Fucking may recall Manglobe's earlier hit Cowboy Bebop and the road movie Odd Couple format that no doubt awakened echoes of Samurai Champloo, but old school fans will see earlier parallels with Candy Candy. What? I do see the Candy Candy comparison, but like, please stop name dropping shows. Honestly. I don't think Manglobe was a thing until Champloo. Champloo was Manglobe's first hit. They were Nothing Studio before that. Well, that's after the movie even. I feel like I missed something big. No, it was... All you missed was me reading the like Candy Candy part. I'm like, oh, that's a decent article. And then Greg posts Manglobe's hit Cowboy Bebop. And I'm like, wait. And then I looked and I was like, they're not even like a secondary studio. They were formed after the movie came out. They're part of Sunrise. Like they were an offshoot of Sunrise. So it's not like completely out of nowhere. But Yeah, maybe they meant Watanabe. I think they did. I feel like they had to have. And also, the fact that they don't mention that Watanabe is involved in this show, in Michiko to Hachin, I'm pretty sure he's a producer on it. They don't mention him in this bio here. No. But then you look at Michiko to Hachin. Well, you look at, yeah. Hold on. I'm almost positive he's involved in the fucking show. They're like, wow, it's like Bebop and Champloo. Wow, I wonder why. You'd think they would have that foresight. Like the studiousness. Yeah. Shichiro Watanabe is a co-producer on the show. Why wouldn't you mention that? Like, that's so... You get it. But then they're just making this art. Oh, it's like this show. Yeah. Maybe find a deeper reason for that. And if not, then it's like, music producer. He's the music producer on this show. Come on. Come on. Bro, that Macaca City Actors art is such a meme. That's so funny. Right? It's like, what? It's like, I can see where they're coming from it, I guess. I haven't seen Macaca City Actors, but like, just the whiplash of that was just like, ah. You can't even use the excuse that this was before Mal and A&N blew up. The OPs of Bebop and Champloo would list the production studios. Right. And you look at Michiko to Hachin's OP. I'm not gonna play it here. I'm gonna look it up and get you the screen cap because I know he shows up in the OP because I remember it. Oh, is this? No, it's not. Okay. It does have the credits, of course. I feel it. I feel it. I'm sorry. I would show you the OP or listen to it, but like I don't want to incur the wrath of YouTube. Yep, he's right there. Shichiro Watanabe, music producer. I don't know what to tell you, folks. Okay, I wanted to see if he showed up elsewhere, but yeah, it's just those two. Anyway, I love that OP. Their take on Macaco City Actor just seems like they're two very surface level observations, just ran with it. This does feel at times like a sort of stuff you'd see published by Scholastic. Sheesh. Right next to the How to Draw Manga books. No. No. Oh, it's such savage burn, dude. No. These guys know their shit. That's the thing. They know their shit. It's because they're dealing with such the sheer volume of information in this effing book. They're literally trying to encapsulate the entire medium. Props. Kudos. But man, like of course you're gonna run into a lot of half-baked articles and little like gaffes and kerfuffles like this, you know? God, of course. But man, actually one of the authors is involved with those How to Draw Manga books. Oh yeah, no shit. I wish the book was more like the vein of Canterbury Tales, incomplete in its goal, but a masterpiece every step of the way. Wow. You know, I've not read Canterbury Tales, but that's cool. That's mad respect, you know? I personally like things that are complete and have an ending, but respect for Canterbury. Mad respect to Canterbury Tales. But it's also, like, admirable to be like, I wish this encyclopedia was like the Canterbury Tales. You know? Like, yeah, it should be like let's fucking go, man. I love that. I love that comment. Midnight. Here's the next one. Oh, I have to make sure they actually really gave a positive review for this one, so I have to make sure I wrote that. Sorry, hold on. I gotta rewatch it. I did enjoy it. Where's Sayo Yamamoto, man? She got totally cucked on Yuri on Ice, man. Where the fuck is she, dude? Fuck. Miss her. Anyway. The next article. Promising. I mean, FMAO 3 doesn't really have a full satisfying ending, but I still love it. Better than Brotherhood. It's got a better ending than Brotherhood. Not gonna lie. I like FMAO 3's ending. It's cool. It's a cool twist. It's dramatic. It's bittersweet. Not much to say. They spill a lot of ink about hentai, though. A lot of ink. Gotta disagree with me there. I enjoy O3's ending. Who are you disagreeing with? I like FMAO 3's ending. Who are you disagreeing with, Fullwood, man? I dare say. I don't even care. I don't even consider the movie. Yeah. I like where the show ends. Right. I was. Never mind. She's like one of 3 or 4 female directors I can think of. I know. And she's so good. Fuck. And that Brotherhood's ending. Yeah, okay. Anyway. Midnight Strike Force. criticize the... I don't know. I always never understand why they have to give their opinion very sporadically on a hentai. Also, they're definitely complaining about plot holes in a hentai. I'm just gonna I don't want to click on this. I don't want to know whether it's a hentai or not. Erotica, horror, objectionable content, pornography. Okay, they linked it to Mal, and yeah, it's definitely okay. But they're complaining about the plot holes in a hentai. Okay. Okay. Look, I won't deny I have contempt for hentai. I don't really like any of it. I haven't watched a ton of it, so I'm being annoying and unscrupulous and everything. But I don't hide that. And I'm not going to write about it. I'm not going to spill a bunch of ink about it. You know? I'm not going to make videos complaining about hentai. I'm not going to write a whole book talking about all these different things or rip-offs of this other thing. You know, it's all kind of what you do with these. Anyone can have their personal preferences of stuff. You know? But that was referring to Shambhala. I'll check out Shambhala someday. I'm not. Oh, I mean, Star Milos. I'm not watching Star Milos. Like, whatever, dude. I don't care enough. O3 gets featured so often in New Type USA makes me wonder if any of those interviews have been scanned. Yeah, I wonder. I read somewhere that Aikawa and Mizushima had no idea what to do with the movie and wrote it as they went along. Unless there's someone famous attached to it, I don't watch hentai. Well, someone has to complain about the plot holes. Not gonna yuck their yum. Not gonna yuck their yum. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Hey! Let's see what they have to say about this one. Please be good. I'm not expecting it. High school boy Seiji Sawamura is really quite a nice guy, but he's got a bad reputation and the nickname Mad Dog, earned by copious street fighting, often in the pursuit of justice. His right hook is so deadly that it's got his own nickname, the Devil's Right Hand. Other students avoid him, and he can't get a girlfriend. In fact, 20 girls have turned him down. But unknown to him, he has a secret admirer for the past 3 years, quiet goody two-shoes Midori Kasugano, who is so paralyzed by her shyness that she couldn't possibly tell him how she feels. Then, in the tradition of Minami's sweetheart and the eternity you desire, Midori falls into a coma, while Seiji finds that instead of a right hand, he now has a living glove puppet. Compared to Puppet Master Sakon. A tiny, living and speaking Midori is attached to the end of his arm and reveling in his undivided attention. That was such a strange way to describe it. I mean, I get it. Like, it's a strange concept, but Midori falls into a coma and finds that instead of a right hand, he now has a living glove puppet. It's more than that. Glove puppet. A tiny living and speaking is attached to the end of reveling his under. The situation is awkward and embarrassing, but the pair find they really do like each other, even when things are switched for an episode and Seiji becomes Midori's left hand. The result is a very silly show that still manages to convey how paralyzing shyness can be and how enforced intimacy can reveal unsuspected aspects of a person's character. Based on the manga by Kazuro Inoue in Shonen Sunday, itself a surreal cartoon version of the perennial surrogate parenting and reluctant roommates, they didn't put a space there, reluctant roommates genre of live-action Japanese television. Okay, we came out kind of unscathed on that one. Okay, yeah. ya. Made you look. Yeah. I was about to type made ya look. Honestly, not too bad, aside from some sus. Yeah. The glove puppet comment is a kind of awkward an awkward description, but other than that, good. Okay. Born. What a title. Some of these titles, man, I swear. Okay. I was more pleased by the other title, if I'm going to be honest. Here's another self-insertion, self-insert moment. What the fuck is a Mia, milady? You know these titles, hell yeah. Whoa, one after the other. I know. Here comes probably another one. Yes. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. I don't want to repeat it. I'll just let you guys read it for a brief moment. Let me make sure hold on, I need to move myself to. Hey, you can pause. You can pause if you would like. It's not a flattering description at all. I almost spat money. Bro, John Clemens was down bad for this streak. I don't know. Isn't it McCarthy that did the book on hentai? Anyway. Milky Holmes. I know this one. This is not hentai. The hentai opera Milky Holmes. The future. I feel like we read this one, but I could be wrong. The future. People use electronic toys to give them superhuman abilities, enabling them to commit crimes. Most of the crimes are minor, but it takes a toy-savvy detective to track down the perpetrators, and the average police officer doesn't have the necessary skills. This has ushered in a new great age of detectives, with anyone with the right toys can play. Each enters schoolgirl entrepreneur Opera Kobayashi and her team of gothic Lolita, dressing, hair ribbon schoolgirl sleuths known as Milky Holmes. How can they solve cases and cope with schoolwork and looking cute at the same time? Well, it helps that their school is the Holmes Detective Academy, but when will they realize that their greatest criminal opponent is very close to home? Didn't this H anime have a YouTube video titled "Worst Anime Dub Ever"? Title sounds familiar. Maybe. That McCarthy spice, right? The way that they phrased it, it's like tasteful, but also like, oh, good on her, honestly. Go off. Yeah. Yeah. There's no explicit sexual activity or nudity, but this show is loaded with both verbal and visual innuendo. We all know what sea cucumbers stand for, and projectile nipples have been around since Mazinger Z. But that doesn't mean this show is entirely without wit or a sense of irony. It's loaded with references to detective fiction and anime. Sherlock Holmes, Arsène Lupin, Nero Wolfe, Hercule Poirot, Cordelia Gray, Gogol 13, Squid Girl, and more. What? It was just the list. Just the list. Kind of, unexpected. Unexpected. Arsène Lupin, Nero Wolfe, Hercule Poirot, Cordelia Gray, Gogol 13, Squid Girl, and more. I remember freaking out about this, actually. I remember this article because I freaked out the same way, I think. And I'm like, dude, Milky Holmes and Squid Girl came out the same fucking year. How do you do that? McCarthy girl boss for real. Yeah. She's really, they're both very fascinating to listen to. If you guys haven't listened to the the Ann cast, let me find it and link it for you guys. Then you can actually get like, yeah, this is it. You can get a sense of, this is literally the podcast that started me on this whole thing. I am not kidding you. It got me to buy both these books and to commit to nearly 2 years of reading. Yeah. So you guys can check that out sometime if you've never heard their voices before. And the minute you hear them, it's gonna be like, oh yeah, oh okay, of course, right, gotcha, yeah. You see, they are tragically and medically British. I got that from John Oliver. I'm not just saying that. I got that that joke from John Oliver. Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. He's like, I am unfortunately and clinically British. Anyway, I'll check it out when the stream ends. I'm honestly kind of fascinated. Yeah, and their passion for it and their talk about it, right? It's like, okay, yeah, you know. But then all this, it's like, there's even an homage to Frances Hodgson Burnett's classic novel, A Little Princess, in the second series storyline. Yeah, I remember writing about this. No, I distinctly remember writing about this. Or maybe I didn't write it and I read it earlier or something. Hold on. I'm looking in the effing encyclopedia, my findings now. I have not written about this? I definitely remember, like, that's not right. The second series storyline, it's in the first 2 episodes. I'll check it out. John Clemens had a lot of cool panels. Oh yeah, and they're still active too. I like his Final Fantasies panel about 3D animation and anime. Nice. Yeah, they're coming at it from a place, for sure. Well, from one of the places of all time. where the girls lose their toys to the villain. You remember watching Milky Holmes, Hayden? There's an homage to Little Princess in the second series where the girls lose their toys to the villains and are flung into an attic in poverty, facing expulsion from the academy unless they can get them back. That's in the first episode. That's literally in the first episode or two. I have to be remembering that right. Clemens likes to bring up Golgo 13 a lot. Yeah. It's a shame they don't actually like that movie though. Like if you enjoyed, maybe that was McCarthy that wrote that article in Golgo 13, but like I'm assuming he brings it up in a negative sense. Because he certainly doesn't seem to. They certainly don't seem to like the movie in this encyclopedia. Or maybe they just kind of have a contempt for the franchise at large. I don't know. Needless to say, it's a shame they don't like it. This is part of a carefully crafted media franchise owned by Japanese trading card company Bushiroad. These franchises generally start with a character, or better, a group of characters, geared to cover most bases of male fanish taste. Images and snippets of a story are released across various media to test the water and build the market. Milky Holmes started with an internet radio drama and publicity pictures in '09. The anime was Phase 2, and anime releases continued on TV and DVD alongside a manga, visual novel, light novel series, plus a course of trading card game and merchandise. Two-part video from the same crew followed in the winter of 2011 with a beach theme, providing the opportunity to see all the characters in swimwear. Although the titles of both episodes were all about final farewells, the sleuths in frilly skirts were back on TV in January of 2012 in Milky Holmes 2. Two specials followed. Commercial and blah blah blah. For sleuthing from an earlier and more innocent generation, see Casebook of Sherlock Holmes. It's been too long, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Do you think you have a feel for who writes what at this point? Nope. Not a clue. Not an iota. It's impossible. Boomers really seem to hate Dazaki for some reason. I know it. You know what? Like, at least one boomer I know likes at least one of Dazaki a lot, and probably hasn't seen a ton of the rest of them, but like, at least likes one of them. So I'm encouraged. And the fact that it's being remedied now, like we got Dear Brother to wider audiences. We're now getting Aim for the Ace to wider audiences. We're now getting Takarajima released to wider audiences. Both of those for the first time ever in the United States. So it's happening now, but if one of the two likes a thing, I certainly hope that person writes the article. That's what I would like too, man. Yeah, I got the impression McCarthy might have written the Golgo article. I feel like Clemens likes a decent bit at least. Okay. Yeah. Fair then. Fair. He talked about it in Final Fantasies, and I think I remember him saying it's a movie he couldn't shut up about. That bit in the panel was also pretty glowing of its animation. Good. No, I'm encouraged to hear that. I'm very encouraged to hear that. The part that stood out to me was him saying that Dazaki put that 3D helicopter scene into the movie as a standout moment that people would be talking about after leaving the cinema. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay. Next one. Well, did they really give an opinion on Milky Holmes? Yeah, basically. I think they give a fairly, I think they'll give it a positive year. I just noticed that most of people who talk about Dazaki seem to be around our age range. We probably made Dazaki popular here, at least on a cult level. A lot of that, the base of that has to do with the accessibility. Very few fans want to watch this stuff without subtitles. If Sally the Witch was subbed, you would definitely see more people talking about it. 100%. But right now, it's not happening. But even if it was subbed, it'd be very hard, because it's a long show from the 60s, and frankly, Magical Girl series aren't that popular. At least commercially, in the West. He also talks positively of Malistar on Bloom Remains. Yeah, that's probably where the Malistar article maybe, the Malistar article in here is fantastic. Or at least it describes what makes the animation work in a professional and insightful manner. Yeah, like they know their shit. Like they know what they're fucking talking about. I just feel like so often it feels like they're just kind of like this is just the sheer amount of work. They can't put their entire investment and intention into these things. So these things you get all this kind of like weird stuff. Kind of cute little fairy thing. Like how Malistar used dolls because they couldn't properly convey human emotion with the technology at the time. You're saying they phoned in MILF Mansion? I mean, yeah. Not helping is that casual audience just see Magical Girl shows as Sailor Moon ripoffs. Yeah. These feel okay. So this is interesting. Mina Smiles is the first version is 8 minutes long, and then there's two 20-minute episodes for a second video. Mina no Egao, and based on a series of educational books. The Mina Smiles animation is a short, punchy advertisement for the joys of literacy, demonstrating to third world mothers and elders that the immediate bonuses in safety, health, and wealth that learning to read can bring. The Mina Smiles film featured a dark-haired, dusky mother of 5 and was translated into a succession of languages, first on VHS. When the DVD and its sequels eventually came out in 2007, it contained an impressive 37 language tracks. Mina soon returned in other books designed to teach remote communities about ecological issues. The simple Mina comic has reached an audience of millions, and the cartoon that accompanied it might be, for some, the only cartoon they have ever seen. Mina is an international star to rival Pikachu, recognized in classrooms over half the planet. But you're unlikely to have heard of her unless you work for UNESCO or learned to read in the Vietnamese jungle. So I just feel like that's a contradictory, kind of overblown statement, you know? Okay, I'm gonna drive home now. Wish me luck. Bye. Good luck, Holy Pig. I hope you're sober and clear-minded enough to make this decision. I don't I hope you've exhausted your other options, and you're as safe as possible. Please, please be safe. Please, please be safe. It's not even just safe. I also just don't want you to be sorry. Like if something you just get really unlucky and get like pulled over or whatever, that would be awful. But be safe. Be best of luck. I really please hope you've extinguished other options. All right. I feel like we're close. Momiji, we're not close. Alright. I thought it began with an I. It doesn't. They kind of give I'd say it's dismissive, really. I just realized I put the Michiko Hachin thing not here. I appreciate the sentiment, but I think it'll be fine. Alright. Come on! Don't tell me there's Yuasa erasure in here now. What are you doing? What are we doing here? Come on, man. No, Minami K's fine. Don't call it mid. Yeah. Bro, it got 4 seasons. That's good. That's impressive. That's not something to be cynical about, you know? Oh, but why couldn't Armitage the Third get 4 sequels? I'm sorry. Both you watch, bro. You watched Erasure. Alright. They don't even give their opinion about Mind Game. They just say it got tons of awards. They literally just describe the movie and say it's been loaded with awards. They don't give their opinion about it. I don't think I want it though. Are they not going to talk about how Katsuper is partially responsible for Mind Game and the rest of Yuasa's career? No, of course not. I don't want to just assume that. Let's find out. Troubled tales of cat antics with character designs that resemble the insipid treacle of Hello Kitty, but with far more menacing undertones. Based on the manga by Hajime Yamano and drawn by his wife Nekojiru, the series aired in small segments as part of the Bokusho Mondai Boss Chara O TV series, but was considered too hard-hitting even for late-night TV, though it was brought back to video following Nekojiru's suicide in 2000. If anything, this makes the video release Nekojiru even more disturbing, since the story features a brother cat, Nyata, who fights to stop death from taking away his sister, Nyako, only for the quarreling boys to tear her in half. Only the later video was released in the US. That's it. Sometimes the Movement's OST just hits. It's just the perfect soundtrack for this fucking series, man. I don't want to leave it again. It's just this, like, really peaceful, like, wah wah! Wee wee wee! Yeah, it's like, oh yeah. Nekojiru died in 1998. Oops. That's some interesting editorial choices made around what they include in these. Editorial choices? You think there's an editor going through all this? I don't want to knock the editor. I'm sure they are, but like, they're doing their best. The box of cat soup says it's Hello Kitty on acid. Oof. Yamano only drew the manga after she had passed away. Okay. Minori Scramble. Scudembudu. Bizarre article. Yeah, I know. It's like they're completely checked out. Very backhanded comments here, I think. Like, they don't really give an outright negative opinion, but there's something in the way they write this here. It seems very passive-aggressive to me. Let me just read the whole article out for you. And I'll write the particular part, but this will just be for posterity in the stream. Tamaki is in the 5th grade at school and has a problem. Her father is a scientist and his research topic is penguins. He brings his work home all the time, and Tamaki is sick and tired of having her life dominated by penguins. Instead of realizing that no girl should have to compete with a flock of incredibly cute birds for her father's attention, Dad decides to cure her hatred of penguins by giving her a penguin robot, or penguinoid, as a friend. Minori has the body of a penguin and the head of a small child, and looks disturbing enough to reinforce anyone's loathing for penguins. This may lead you to suspect that Tamaki's father has very little consideration for anyone else's views, and you'd be right. Tamaki and Minori spend most of their time racing around the neighborhood trying to put right the problems he's caused. Chihaya Mikage's 2007 manga ran for just 8 months, but in 2010 Ufotable announced they were making an anime series. So far, this video is the only release. It's like a 1-episode OVA, 39 minutes. Let me know if that seems off base of me to think that's passive-aggressive, please. Been in the bathroom. Seems like I missed something. No, just wondering about this Minori Scramble thing. But it's slow going at the moment. I don't know if I'd call that passive aggressive. I see where you're coming from. Okay. Okay. From the studio that brought you the far stronger Voices of a Distant Star, this is Shinkai Light, a prettily designed show with slow pacing, limited animation, low-key music, and an air of gentle melancholy. What would you guys say that is? Mixed, dismissive, positive? I'd say it's dismissive, because the gang is like, the Voices of a Distant Star is much better. The far stronger Voices of a Distant Star. Mixed. Sounds pretty dismissive. I just think writing it off as a Shinkai Light thing, I think they're calling it this is a much stronger. I think it leans more towards dismissive. Even though it has all those positive qualities of like what sounds positive. Prettily designed show with slow pacing, limited animation, low key music, and a gentle melancholy. Those all sound pretty nice to me. It could be a negative for them though. Daughter of a famous chef. Okay. That was actually a pretty decent article because they do link AkiB48, but that's because the show has a guest appearance by 3 members of AkiB48's Team B, dressed as desserts and singing the ending theme. So actually relevant to the show, and not just like, it reminds me of this thing. And then they're just like, Seiko Ogawa is credited as cooking consultant for the 06 and 07 shows, with Shino Oda taking over in 2008, created by Akane Kasuga. The show also spun off a manga illustrated by anime storyboard artist Yumi Tsukirino, a Nintendo DS game, and merchandise. Yeah. I'll give that a good one. Just packed with information that's relevant, you know? Off topic, have you heard of the arcade update of Gimmick? Oh yeah. Mirage Blaze. Mostly just plot stuff. Music composer. Mischievous kiss. The manga for this one, the manga was cut short by the author's sudden death in 1999. The anime is said to conclude with her intended ending. Man, that's sad. They gave a positive review of that one, I think. A little positive tidbit. Miss Hori, Mr. Miyamura. Both have complete different lives. Positive. Miss Monochrome. They have a little bit of calling something a convoluted subplot, but it's not enough. I don't think it's enough, really. Dragon Fighter and Power Blade are excellent. The OVA version of Horimiya, pretty chill watch. Oh yeah, good shit. Miss Morita keeps silent. don't give their opinion about that, but they're describing it in a way that like feels passive, which is nice. It sticks closely to the form of the original, plotless and without character development, with simple backgrounds and basic animation, devoted exclusively to providing a quick smile or a warm fuzzy glow. The formula was successful enough to get a second series aired straight after the first. Totally fair. Wasn't Powerblade that came out with blah blah blah? Little snide comment, but not worth. It's a hentai thing. Hey, this is interesting. Let's see what they say about Mr. Hayao Miyazaki in their article dedicated just to him. Born in Tokyo, he graduated from the Politics and Economics Department of the prestigious Gakushuin University in 1963. He joined Toei the following year and found work on Ken the Wolf Boy and Isao Takahata's Little Norse Prince, for which he drew literally thousands of images. A shop steward and union leader at the company, he also demonstrated early aptitude for storylining, famously persuading the director of Gulliver's Space Travels to allow him to rewrite the ending. The first example of his distinctive style came in Panda Go Panda, released shortly before he and longtime collaborator Isao Takahata moved to the Zuio Company, later known as Nippon Animation. Had Miyazaki only stayed in TV animation, he would have still enjoyed a reputation as one of anime's most internationally minded directors, adapting children's stories for the screen from British, American, French, German, Italian, and Japanese originals, including Sherlock Hound, Heidi, and Anne of Green Gables. Why are you crediting him for Heidi and Anne of Green Gables? Excuse you? Look, he's vital to Heidi's success with introducing the layout system. I don't deny that he had a hand in that one. But he left really early on Anne of Green Gables. Like, really early. This is so... Like, come on. And they don't mention Future Boy Conan? I'm gobsmacked. No fucking way. You dead ass list Sherlock Hound, a project he wasn't there entirely for, Heidi, which he only did the layouts for, and obviously other stuff, but he's not like he's the character designer or co-director or something. And Anne of Green Gables, which he also left. And you don't mention his debut TV work? I'm looking through the rest of it. I don't see it. I don't see Future Boy Conan. What are you doing? How am I... What? It was going perfectly fine up to that point. What the fuck? The first example of his distinctive style comes in Panda Go Panda. You know, the one that he didn't direct. What? Damn, his own article. Drema, they've been doing articles since the 3rd edition. They've been doing articles for like individuals and for staff and for studios as well. It's not in the 1st edition, but there is an article on Isao Takahata. There is an article on Dazaki. There should be an article on Tomino. They have some articles on some people that are very minor. All things they're like seem very minor, so which are interesting. But I have not put that much scrutiny in looking at that list. But it makes sense that they have his own article. It's not like that was in the 1st edition, though. I don't know if you skipped over Mitsudomoe because you thought it was porn, but it is a TV anime. Skip over Mitsudomoe? I guess I did, actually. Wait a minute. No, I didn't. I may have written it down, but I didn't. They didn't really say anything in particular that I didn't think was worth mentioning. Did they not mention Cagliostro? No, they do. The fact is that they go from so adapting children's stories for the screens from British, American, French, German, Italian, and Japanese originals, including Sherlock Hound, Heidi, and Anne of Green Gables. After a long apprenticeship in TV, his directorial debut came with Castle of Cagliostro. 1978? 1978? Not gonna screw it, whatever. Although it was Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind that truly established him as an original voice in the medium. The establishment of Miyazaki's own Studio Ghibli followed. With not... Like, they mentioned Takahata in this other part with Toei and shit, but that's him, Toshio Suzuki, and Takahata, isn't it? It's not just him. Which led to some of the most renowned films of the anime medium, including Castle in the Sky, My Neighbor Totoro, Kiki's Delivery Service, and Porco Rosso. Notably, these films also generated good box office returns, as opposed to many other anime movies. Not like those other anime movies that didn't make any money, which are only exhibited in theaters in order to gain review coverage in cinema magazines and to generate publicity for a video release. Okay. Although he supposedly intended to retire after Princess Mononoke, the death of Yoshifumi Kondo caused him to return to redirect Spirited Away, which won the first Feature Animation Academy Award. Yes. His last official film as director was The Wind Rises, accompanied in 2013 by the announcement of his retirement from full-length features. Front page news in Japan, where so many of his films had significantly impacted the soft power economy. In 2014, he received a Governor's Award from the Academy of Motion Pictures and Sciences, honors his lifetime contribution to animation films. His legacy to Studio Ghibli included a raft of blue-chip titles that continue to generate income, as well as a recommended reading list of 50 children's books, seemingly adopted by his successors as an outline of worthy projects to undertake in imitation of World Masterpiece Theater, including Arrietty, and a 2014 adaptation of Joan G. Robinson's When Marnie Was There. Miyazaki is often termed Japan's Disney by the foreign press, a faintly patronizing title that downplays his true originality. As he once sourly noted in an interview, Disney was a producer, whereas Miyazaki was a writer, artist, and director. His modern acclaim has also largely eclipsed his groundbreaking work in anime criticism, particularly during the 1980s, when he was a perceptive and often dissenting voice on matters such as the rise of hyperrealism and the threat presented by television toward true artistry. I wonder where all their cynicism comes from. Although many of his articles are untranslated, a representative English sample can be found in his collected essays Starting Point and Turning Point. So, like, they don't just completely skip over Future Boy Conan. They don't mention Howells or Ponyo. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Yeah, they're missing 2 movies, Ponyo and Howls. It doesn't necessarily mean directing style. That's interesting. Helen wrote a book of Miyazaki. Wonder what's up with that. Well, at this point, it feels like they think Takahata is a Miyazaki pseudonym. British originals? Okay, I must not have caught you noting down Mitsudomi then. I think they think Satoshi Dazaki is Osamu Dazaki's pseudonym. No. No, they know he's a different person. They're even involved in the developing Dazaki documentary that Tetsu / Satoshi Dazaki is a part of. No mention of Canada for anything. Like, where's all the other stuff coming from? Because clearly a product needs to be made in order for it to be good. It needs to make money in order to be good. By that logic, sports video games are masterpieces. My man needs some butt balm with that last bit about Miyazaki. Yeah. Yeah, it's like... Ugh. That was a bit cheap. I'm over it. No, I'm not over it. I'm gonna put odd choices. What are we doing? How do you do that? I can understand not putting Future Boy Conan because it's not like these bios are meant to be an exhaustive representative of every work they've ever done. So, like, I'm not bothered that they don't mention Howells or Ponyo. But I'm weirded out that they mention Sherlock Hound, Heidi, and Anne of Green Gables, 2 of which he did not direct, 2 of which he walked out of, and not putting the one TV series he helmed in its entirety. Fucking Future Boy Conan. What's going on? If I didn't know who Miyazaki was and I read that, I would be so off-put by it. Yeah. Like I said, interesting editorial decisions. Starting Point has become so cherry-picked, I'm realizing. I've nearly finished reading it, and you can just see how there's very particular imaging of who he is and his personality because of that. Yeah. You know, that's a really interesting point, because I didn't realize that Starting Point and Turning Point are not books by him. They are compilations of his writing. And when it's a compilation, there's a selectivity and a narrative forms. Can you imagine if they put something in there that goes against their narrative? A representative English sample can be found in his collected essays. I actually didn't even realize that Starting Point and Turning Point are just collected essays. And R.C. Fillmore, you do have a point that it's just sort of like there's a particular imaging of who he is. That's really interesting. Wouldn't have thought that. Wouldn't have considered that. But in order to really establish that point and to make that case, you would then need to go find those other interviews that aren't translated. Other writings that aren't translated, and translate them. Before you even begin to see if there even is a alternate if there's another narrative there. Because yeah, I mean, you can see in some of the documentaries that have been made about him that have been following his creative process, like Kingdom of Dreams and Madness, that he is human like everyone else, and he's he has contradictions to himself. There's that scene of him being like, those fucking plane otaku, complaining about them, and then it literally match cuts to him and Anna going playing with fucking planes. It's like, dude, right? Oh man, but he's great. I love him. I'm not like cynical about Miyazaki because I love his movies. So. I'm gonna have to share that with Steven, by the way. I'm gonna have to share that with I'll try to link the time code here. He's like I just this movie, it's a movie, Miori's Forest, right? It marks Nizo Yamamoto's debut as director, although he's already known for his art direction at Studio Ghibli and On the Girl Who Leapt Through Time, which also featured a script from Miori Forest's Satoko Okudera. So they're talking about this director, Nizo Yamamoto. Nice, that's really cool, very additive. Where was that for Yuasa? Why didn't you get Yuasa's directorial debut on Mind Game? Was that not his directorial debut? Am I crazy? Don't get me wrong, I love that they're putting this in for Nizo Yamamoto. I'm not familiar with that. And they continue. Working with Okudera, he directs with an artist's eye, bringing out both the beauty and the strangeness of the forest and its inhabitants, and also provides some of the background art. To say that the movie hints at what might happen if Chihiro from Spirited Away were to end up in the forest from My Neighbor Totoro. Stop! Stop doing that! No, this is... To say that the movie hints at what might happen if Chihiro from Spirited Away were to end up in the forest from My Neighbor Totoro is not mere flattery. This is a very fine piece of work. But there are other influences at play. Very glowing review of this movie, actually. Makes me now interested in it. I've never heard of it before. Extremely glowing. That's great. They don't talk about key animators. One detail I've noticed is that he's definitely a bit of a dork, like Hideaki Anno, and a lot of interviews have him laughing after each response. Yeah. Have they talked about Yuasa key? Yeah, no, they really don't talk about key animators. They really, it's the same with voice actors. They're like, it'd be too big, it'd be too expensive if we talked about them like that. But if I searched Yuasa, you get 29 results. Listing. They have animation by Yuasa, like they put him in the credits sometimes. But they don't talk about his animation. Genius Party. Because they're going through each short. Yuasa delivers a beautifully rounded, punchy piece in Happy Machine. Futurama goes philosophical on Limit Cycle, and Yuasa delivers a beautifully rounded, punchy piece in Happy Machine. Praise for Yuasa, at least, here in Kaiba. Yuasa is one of the most consistently interesting writers of his generation, and he's at his best when he ignores the conventional and flies in the face of marketing advice. He created this sci-fi love story, and it's filled with invention, both in terms of the wonderful visuals and the idea-packed plot. That anime is at its absolute best as a medium for unique visions such as this. Tatami Galaxy, it might be Yuasa's best work. It may be Yuasa's best work, matching his tricksy, artsy games with a scenario better than anything he's created so far. What's that got to say? Okay. Yeah, during Genius Party. For one of the shorts, I can't really attest to it. Anyway. We're an hour 3. What a strange thing to say. I wonder what they mean. Futurama does philosophy a lot. Yeah. I think that's mixed. They seemed really glowingly positive at one point, and then suddenly they just kind of... What? Despite the fact that they are the sweetest, most well-meaning perverts you're ever likely to see on a TV screen, these characters have no limits. Nor do the writers, who attack the premise with gusto, looking for comic potential in the most unlikely places. One episode gives our hero amnesia to set up a porn parody in which he believes he's raped his best friend and impregnated his mother, sister, and girlfriend. The animation crew join the fun with as many sight gags as they can squeeze on screen, especially favoring those that save on animation. Zebek called on over 30 studios and a Tokyo Animation College to help out. It still wasn't enough. Too chaotic and noisy to be clever, and too focused on pace to be involving, this show grabs you by the hair and drags you across the room whether you like it or not. What are you saying? What are you talking about? It just feels like they're throwing words together. Like what sounds good, but doesn't mean anything. Like they're clearly like journalism, like magazine writers. They're just trying to grab you with a flashy phrase. Grabs you by the hair and drags you across the room whether you like it or not. But like, you're not saying anything substantive. I think what was substantive was when you're talking about the episode where they're looking for comic potential. One episode, for example, does this. And then it says the animation crew joins the fun with the on screen. And then you give a thing with Zebek brought in this many studios, it wasn't enough. See, that was good stuff. But then what is this, like, too chaotic to be noisy and to be clever, blah, blah, blah. What? Yo, James, do you have any interest in the Naruto Ninja Storm remasters? Not especially. Not especially, no. Not much of a, like, anime video game type of person. I'm very limited with my video games. I will say the one anime-related video game I am anticipating to play is the Boku no Natsuyasumi spin-off with Crayon Shinchan. That came out on Nintendo Switch that I have bought and ready to play. I have not played because I'm doing other things at the moment. I'm probably, during the summer and stuff, I'm probably going to be spending a lot of time watching stuff. I really want to watch the Shinchan movies with playing the game. I really want to watch the Yamato movies, Space Battleship Yamato movies, because I'm having this, since Leiji passed away, and I watched Adieu, and I loved it, I kind of had this realization that I think his work in animated form, obviously he's a mangaka, and really it's like, if you want his work, you gotta read the manga, of course. But if you want animated adaptations of his work, I genuinely think that the best format is movies. Big, lavish, extravagant, epic movies. The TV stuff is fine and certainly has its fans, but I think it's too small scale, which is, in terms of visual spectacle, really. They're very ambitious, and it doesn't always feel that way. It seems that way on paper, but then watching the show doesn't feel epic to me. The movies, in comparison, insane. Wicked epic. And the OVAs are a similar position because they're bite-sized. There's a smaller the OVA budget. I don't want to say go budget and everything, but like, you're just not going to get Adieu as an OVA. You're just not. And you could have. There's some OVAs that are on that level, but none of Leiji's OVAs that we currently have are like that. So no, compared to his movies, compared to Arcadia, compared to the Battleship Yamato movies, which I've seen screenshots of, it's like, oh my god, they're huge. I feel like they're trying to be evocative in as few words as possible. Ultimately, their intent gets lost there. You play Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? Yeah, I did. I played Scarlet. It's not really an anime game, but yeah, I really liked it. I think I liked Arceus more, mainly because it was so fresh and different, and obviously it was that first. It's that first. I guess maybe call it nostalgia, but it's that first bite of. It's that first thing of like, oh my god, it's an Eevee! Like in the wild, and Scarlet and Violet has that, but even with new Pokemon, because it's like, oh my god, is that a Flamingo? Or like, what the fuck is that? Right? That's fun. That was kind of fun in its own regard, but I think I just felt the more special about it in Arceus, even though it had very few new Pokemon. I really liked Scarlet though. I really hope they continue that new formula of rocket bases, or like Team Star, like the group villain, like you visit different captains and stuff. That format was fantastic, as well as with the gym leaders, and then the hunting the giant Pokemon was okay. It was a good way to do the HMs. I think it was smart. I really do like that game. Endgame is also fantastic. The characters are really good. I didn't have any problems with it technically wise. Like, people have problems with it being glitchy and shit. Like, I had no problem. Once I catch my work, I got a ton of anime backlog. I played Violet. I really liked it too. Interesting take. Watching the show soon. Usually dislike movie versions like the Gundam movies I do. Fair. Absolutely fair. The thing with, at least with Arcadia, it's a prequel. It's not adapting anything. And I get that the first Yamato movie is a compilation movie, so I get that. It's just like Gundam or whatever. The Galaxy Express movies are very different. Like, I think it just comes even just down to like Tetsuro's design is elevated. It's not like his derpy potato look. He's not just like this regular little boy, like, oh, what's going on? Like, he seems a lot more like a main character type of thing, and it just feels more elevated. And just, I like Galaxy Express being compact, because it either goes on forever and the ending's disappointing regardless of what they did, or you have it like a couple planets and here's another journey on the Galaxy Express. We're riding again, boys, and I don't know, that vibe really worked with me. And I mean, yeah, I think Do You Remember Love is tough too, because Do You Remember Love is the thing is also, right, Galaxy Express is an episodic series. Like the TV series is episodic. They do cover some planets that the movie covers as well, but the movie is way more linear and narrative driven. Like planet to planet feels like it builds on each other. But the series, not so much. Whereas Do You Remember Love, it's adapting a series that has its own narrative and through line, and it's doing something slightly different with that too. So I get having issues with I think I liked Do You Remember Love for the spectacle, but I preferred the show. But I don't have that at all with 3-9. The movies are awesome, some of the best sci-fi ever. I refuse to buy games that launch broken until the devs fix it. I feel like it sends bad message of compliance. It's gonna happen regardless with Game Freak though, because they have fucking Pokemon. They don't need to fix it. They do have some. They did fix a couple of things that's like, this is genuinely a problem. Like the online battles were using the same seed, and the particular seed was that it basically had this thing where Sheer Cold had 100% accuracy, and it's like, that literally breaks the game. That literally breaks the metagame. Like, why wouldn't you have 6 Pokemon that all have Sheer Cold on them? And it's like, okay, yeah, we have to fix that. So they do fix some things, but a lot of the glitches were very incidental, I think. I'm not blaming the devs, just the publishers for rushing the product. Do you know what is worth it for the animation? No, exactly. That's what I think. I'm assuming you haven't read Starting Point. No, I think there's one section which you might find interesting where I believe Miyazaki's pretty sad. I remember hearing about that. I do remember hearing and seeing about that. Yeah. And it's interesting thinking about it, because he seems to fall in the similar trap that a lot of people do. And I almost did, for sure. where like Dazaki is kind of seen as this king of limited animation, or just TV animation in general, where his style is so potent and it's utilizing it's all they're all limiting techniques that just are making it very cool and clear, but easily replicable and cost saving in their own way. But specifically with his relationship with Sugino, who is an insanely talented animation director, and you actually look at his work, they're very well animated. Not like Miyazaki or something, or like they're not Future Boy Conan. They're not. It's not the same approach, but that's okay. Because he actually does more TV series than Miyazaki. Because obviously Miyazaki then had to move on to movies because he can't do Future Boy Conan forever. If he could, he would, I imagine. Because the storytelling is just so much more expansive. But it's not feasible for TV. It's possible with Miyazaki was that young and he had Otsuka and fucking Kondo and all these other guys that, like, they're freaks that could do it, but they can't. That's not sustainable. But Dazaki is able to do multiple 2-core series, 4-core series, and they all look phenomenal. There's no dip in quality in any of them. You think of these other series, right? There's plenty of other anime out there where, like, you hear about how it falls off in one part or another, or it lags in somewhere. I don't knock shows for doing that, by the way. Like, that's fine and reasonable. I get it. But, like, yeah, like, there's uneven quality. But, like, there's nothing like that in Dazaki's shows. Nothing. Every episode looks fucking stellar. There's no gaps. The dude is insanely talented. And, in fact, it's very evocative of the stuff he worked on in the 80s with Mighty Orbots. And there was a short called Sweet Sea that I literally just watched this morning and tweeted about. And you watch that, and it's like, oh my god, with the animation, with Sugino's animation, it's like unbelievable. And so, like, he's capable of doing the stuff Miyazaki does. He just doesn't, because he knows that he wants to do this kind of storytelling. And in order to do that kind of storytelling, this is what you gotta do with it. Is that real? I thought it was just an internet rumor. No, not to be like, here's our favorite directing trash and another, but he gives an interesting perspective that goes a bit different to what I've seen you say about his limited directing style. Every time we let publishers run devs with no backlash, comes to constant crunch ensues. It's not him mentioning Dazaki specifically. The article is about the state of TV anime and just going off the descriptions of saying what the animation looks like. That makes sense. The one thing you can say for certain about Miyazaki is he had a bad time with TV anime. He was a lot more friendly with Tomino because they bonded over the conditions of Mushi Pro. That's cool. Game recognizes game. I felt that Miyazaki might just not like the TV format either. The limited time frame forces a lot of restrictions that may not be present in the movie. Oh yeah, for sure. You can have both limited animation and fluid animation simultaneously. Gurren Lagann uses limited animation for the downtime scenes to save the budget for the giant robot fights. Anyway, yeah, grabs you by the hair and drags you across the room, whether you like it or not. Okay. I got that vibe from him. Tadahito Mochinaga. Mochinaga designed and built for Japan's first multiplane camera. Which work was that for? Probably for for Ampoy in 1941. He designed and built Japan's first multiplane camera. 4 different overlaid layers of cells. lead animator on Momotaro Sea Eagles. Wow. Oh, wow, he was helping with Rankin Bass. New Adventures of Pinocchio. Proved it was possible to make an animated TV show on a weekly schedule. He later focused on TV specials including Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, although he neither wanted nor welcomed the treadmill of TV work and walked away from MOM Films to return to China, where he worked for several years in TV journalism and as a teacher. Yeah, spanning 6 decades of Japanese animation, because he funded his final movie in 1992. Mochinaga is one of anime's real originals, the only man in history who can claim to have produced a Japanese World War II propaganda film, founded a Chinese animation studio, and made an American Christmas TV classic. Really cool. Good article. Basically, the point of that article is that Miyazaki argues limited animation is just as hard, if not more time spending than animating more fluidly. Not an interesting argument. MM is a Masochist Enjoyer show, so I don't know if what they wrote is very fair to that show. I didn't really like it either, but I can see why someone would. I agree it's just as hard, but I wouldn't say it's more time consuming. I just saw some of the homophobic jokes and I was out. Anime be like that sometimes. Tomomi Mochizuki. Okay. Interesting title there. Another self-reference. What a title is this? Moegaku 5! Which makes me respect Azaki's work even more. He intended to portray LGBTQ characters very respectfully. I'm definitely no animator, so I don't have a strong insight, but that could be. I realize that directorial style is just one byproduct of several opinions on working in industries. I feel like I already know the answer to this, but would you recommend picking this book up? Yeah. I mean, I think if you find it fascinating, I think if you like really end up finding yourself curious about the process and what they have to say about certain things, and like, there's some good stuff in here. Even just just recently, this one about Tadahito Mochinaga, they know their shit. Maybe I would recommend some of their other work, like Anime A History, which I've not read yet, but I've heard decent things about. And I think there should be an updated version coming out sometime soon, apparently. Helen has also published her own essays about Tezuka and Miyazaki and everything, so that could be good as well. If you're already really into anime, this probably not. But I think if the concept is interesting and you really want to find more about it and learn more about it, you can always pick it up. I'd say why not. I don't want to discourage anyone from not. It's like, oh no, don't read this one. Yeah, because it's weird for me to say that when I'm doing that. I bought it, so of course if you tell me should I buy this, I certainly don't regret this. But like, that's just me. You know, I don't. It's hard for me to say don't buy this book, says the guy who bought the book, right? But yeah, in my opinion, it's like there are probably other works that they're more proud of, or maybe they're proud of this one too, and it's cool, great. But obviously, you've seen this stream, you've seen some of the kind of the wacky stuff, and the occasional good thing, but usually the weird stuff is what sticks out. There's usually way more eyebrow-raising moments than really insightful and like. At least to me, as someone who's already been in this stuff for a while. So I guess mileage may vary. Like, is it interesting enough as a work on its own, as opposed to reference material? Yeah. It's really not. It's not great for reference material because it's like it's all online. Like, these databases exist. It was probably useful in 2001, but as a reference book, not really. But like, as something that's like reading about what they have to say about it, I think it could be interesting. But not many people would go through the effort of reading this entire thing as I am. So you might get tired of it eventually. Sometimes reading this book, it throws me for such a loop that it's just like, that's enough. Thankfully, I haven't had anything like that tonight. I'm a bit of an artist, so I'll just say that it's easier to animate something that looks dramatic but has less moving parts. Can totally understand that. The weird stuff is probably what I'm interested in, to be honest. Not gonna lie, the weird stuff makes these streams memorable. Right? That's the thing. That's the thing. Magical girl Moe and her cute companion Ruru. They don't. Okay, that's fine. It's just kind of explaining it. All right, good. predictable piece of fluff. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that's odd choices. Sorry. I wish my mouse could like. I used to be able to tilt left, and it works. It does kind of work, but it doesn't work sometimes, and yeah, it's not very reliable. Yeah, like that. This book hasn't aged well. Some things just be like that. Oh yeah. I was expecting it to not age well. That's the interesting part. But what's baffling is the stuff that doesn't age well and that they didn't change. That is still the same in 2015. They published this in 2015. Which like is almost 10 years ago. It's like 8 years ago, but I feel like we were still pretty. It's not like back in the day, or it's not like 2001. You know, I feel like in 2015 we probably knew better than some of the stuff that I'm mentioning here. I usually clarify and make a point that if there's something changed or removed that was weird, that's like an odd choice, like a right-wing Pokemon perhaps, that got cut out of the 3rd edition. And I make a point of that. I'm like, okay, they clearly know how weird that is, or like out of pocket that was, so they cut it. But a lot of these odd choices I'm noticing here are from the published 3rd edition from 2015. So, sorry, Moe-tan is the next one. Wow. A lot of stuff went on. So it's not really their opinion or anything in particular. It's just interesting that the levels of fan service in this anime seem to have outweighed its potential educational benefits, at least in the eyes of its Japanese broadcaster. Episode 6 was pulled off the air at a week's notice and replaced with a compilation of highlights from the first 5 shows for unspecified reasons. Both prior to this and later, the broadcaster had faded the screen to white on several occasions while the show was airing. The final episode also went unscreened. Both unaired episodes were later released on DVD. Very interesting. Moeyo Ken. Right-wing Pokemon is a top meme. It was the first stream too! Can you believe it? Right-wing Pokemon, do you see that? It's in the first. It's literally titled that. It's literally the first video of this is titled "A Right-Wing Pokemon," perhaps. And unfortunately, it's not my raw reaction. That's kind of the difference with these streams and the prior streams, is that all the prior streams have always been like, I read it and then I'm giving you my findings in the stream, so it's a little shorter. But it ends up being kind of longer for me, because I'm reading and then presenting it, it's double the time. But now at least, I'm doing the reading as I'm streaming. It feels faster. I don't really know if it is faster or more efficient, but I like doing it this way. I don't really mind it. I just want to make sure I'm actually doing progress, which I feel like we're getting close. We're getting close, fellas, to halfway through the rest of them. We're more than halfway through them, of course, but we're doing 51 entries tonight, and we're gonna do 51 entries on Tuesday. So we're close to that number. I don't know how many more, but we'll see. Moeyo Ken. It aims to attract the widest possible range of fans by crashing Rurouni Kenshin into Sailor Moon and throwing historical figures, robots, and cars. This is a, yeah, okay. Let me finish reading this. Nice. Monster of the Week idiocy? It's hard for me to be kind towards this media when it has things that are cliche. Get your priorities straight then. Figure something out. Be a little fucking charitable. It feels like you've been plenty charitable to these other series and everything when you are very hands-off. You don't have to give your fucking opinion. You just didn't even have to say any of this. You didn't. It makes kindness difficult. Shutting up isn't difficult. I'm sorry. Like, it's rude or whatever, but like, you didn't need to give your opinion about this thing. There have been plenty of articles, plenty that I just read, that you didn't give it anything, and it was, okay, that's what that title is. Oh, okay, that's where it comes from. All right, fine. And like, that would be fine. That would be fine. But no, you have to give your opinion about it. Because what, you spent 4 episode OVA and 13 episode TV show. Alright. Someone's got to make fan out of that. I think right-wing Pokemon actually attracted me to these streams. I've seen Alien 9, I know it's nothing like that. No, I don't think I joined them until later on. Did you remember Takahashi do the character designs? Yes, they wrote that. They include that. They say Rubiko Takahashi, the creator of Ranma Half, is credited for her work designing the characters from the original game, in the same manner as Masamune Shiro in Landlock and Kosuke Fujishima on Sakura Wars. It looks good on the box, but doesn't actually lend all that much to the quality of the production. Or it does. Counterpoint, it does. Why else would they do it? Her character designs are really good. They might actually endear you to the characters. I mean, look, I've never physically seen this show. Can you give me images, please, Google? Come on. Why is images not on the fucking tab? Okay. Okay, kind of silly. They don't really look like her designs all that much. They kind of do, but like her more recent stuff, you know? But like even in animated form, they really don't look that much like her designs. Very, very lightly. Like the main character, I can see it, but and like the box art, sure, I see it a lot better, but like the execution of it in the anime. Let me show you. It's like Okay. Like, I can see it on the box art like this, but... Like, alright. Kinda. Anytime they name drop another show, it's like country songs mentioning trucks or jeans. Jeez. Did they say me in an encyclopedia? I don't know if they've used me necessarily. They refer to themselves in the third person. That is a dumb idea. I just put me in the search bar and came up with 1,000+ results. I'm a dumbass. But if I put quotations ME, not really. But let me just double read that, making sure. No, they don't use the word me or I. The reason being, they don't use the singular first person because it's two authors. So it's not like, so it's like everything they're writing in here, both their names are on it. So they can't necessarily be singular and use I or me. I don't believe I've ever, obviously it's been over a year of me reading this. I don't recall them ever using that. Yeah, no. Right, I must have misheard. Okay. Takashi's the only reason I know about Moyo Ken. Never watched it. Yeah, fair. Okay. Okay. This track is so good. Every track in this fucking OST is so good, man. I hope you've been able to hear it. I hope you've been able to hear it during the stream. We're closing in on 4 hours, fellas. Sheesh! Hey, they're positive on this one. Aura of high quality. Ooh. Occasional lapses into oversimplified facial expression imply comedy where none was intended. But overall, the animation is good, and the didactic element of the story is kept under control. Both shows are interesting. Oh, okay. They actually give positive to Mushishi over here, making comparison worthwhile. I like that they're actually justifying their comparison here. Mushishi takes a very different approach to the same topic, both stylistically and in story terms. But both shows are interesting and rewarding, making comparison worthwhile. That's good. Aura of high quality. I do want to put that as an odd choice. I don't quite know what they mean. I think they're referring to super deformations, like when the character design, when the faces make a weird face. That's like a bad thing. or maybe it was intended. Weird. But I am now interested. I do want to put this moke. Interested in mocha. Mole Brothers. I feel like I'm so close. I don't want to look. I don't want to tease myself. Mocha looks so cool. Been wanting to watch for ages. I think I've heard plenty of people compare it to Mushishi. Let's go whole hog, everybody. Only 4 rookie numbers. Yeah, long stream. Thanks for keeping me sane while editing. Yeah, no problem. These streams keep me sane while doing piles of schoolwork for a class that has nothing to do with my major. Ugh. Sometimes SC faces in these types of shows can be an off-kilter. I agree. I agree. Full Alchemist Brotherhood does not do a good job. I haven't seen it, but it could maybe see where they're coming from. I hear people complaining about it from in FMA all the time. I know Brotherhood overuses them. I guess great minds think alike. Yeah. All of us are thinking the exact same fucking show. Hellsing's another one. Hellsing slash, yeah. The same author. Came out in like 2016. Has like historical figures in it. Forget the TV show. But they use weird faces. And it's not great. Don't remember. Whatever. They do give a positive one on this one, with the caveat of like, oh, you should probably just be able to enjoy this kind of comedy. Quality of animation is unusually high for web anime. Oh, we're on the last one! Ooh, ooh, ooh! Momiji! Hog! It's a fucking hentai at the end, of course. Ooh, wow. It was Drifters! Yeah, Drifters! That's right! Got the dip on this one. Looks like I popped in at the right time. Good luck with the rest of the stream. I'm actually finishing up right now. Drifters, yeah. Handles the comedy part better, which is funny coming from the writer of Drifters. You really want to just define Shoei Kawa like that, man? Come on, he's written more than that. Yeah. Okay. Deleting that note. That's it. Save. End stream. But I want to end this on 4 hour. I do want to do that. So we're here for a little while longer. Oh man, I love this music. I love this mix. Yeah, but so I'm hoping Tuesday we finish M, and then I have digest the next day. I have digest the next day because it's the end of the month. I'm working on Obito. I just edit in the few hours that I did some work for Discotech and in this stream. I did like maybe 2 or 3 hours of work, and I edited 5 minutes visually. Put in 5 minutes of that. So that's on its way. It's coming. It's not going to be end of the month though. Definitely not happening. I have work tomorrow. I have some time at the end of Saturday, but not that much. Sunday I'm pretty much completely occupied. And then there's Monday. I could do some stuff Monday, but I don't think I'm gonna finish the fucking video on that day. And then Tuesday, maybe some more time, but like it'll be close. But I'm not gonna finish it by the end of the month, unfortunately. I could have, if I just didn't work on this Discotech thing. If I just kind of like, okay, I have that. Let me finish this video first. Couldn't do it. I really love working for Discotech stuff. I'm currently months. There was months of anticipation of taking this show, taking the Japanese masters of this show, and syncing the dub footage to it. All 50 episodes. So I started to work on that, and I'm already on episode 15. So it's because like there's a lot of stuff, and I'm keeping track of everything that's gonna have to be done, because I have to do a lot of text replacement too. So it's like I don't know how much time it will take me, so I really want to be on top of it. But I've explicitly told both my bosses, and as many people as I can, that like this week of March 13th through 18th, wake up, Naruto video, go to sleep. That is all I'm working on. That is it. No streaming, no digest, no anything else. Just the Naruto. Get it the fuck done. I can totally do it. I can totally bang that fucking thing out. But I want the fucking Obito video done before that time. So that's my goal at the moment. I really want to finish the Obito video before the 13th. And then I'll have the Naruto Sasuke video, like part 3, out very soon after Obito. And then it's over. And I'm never promising another fucking video project again. I'm not being like, this is what I'm working on, guys. Never again. Never again. Such a stupid idea. Any video I'm working on, I'm telling my patrons, but I'm not making a fucking public thing until it's out. Take a fucking hint from ContraPoints, from Bomber Guy, from Eyepatch Wolf, from any fucking YouTuber. It's such a... Rule 1. Don't do what I did. Jesus. Anyway, so I'll read the last of the chat and I'll head out. Do you see AVGN? Not yet. I really want to. Looks like fun. I usually like the episodes where he talks about things I've never heard of. I actually like that he is talking about something well known. Now that you finished the M section, can you confirm if there was any mention of anime called Magical Sweet Mint in there? I will look, and I'll let you know. But I don't think so. As a non-fan to look at your Naruto video, I want to see what you guys say. Thank you. I closed the encyclopedia already, but yeah, I want to end the stream on 4 hours. Doing YouTube as a job seems like a nightmare. That's why I don't like to do it as a job, but I'm going to anyway. Because I love this stuff and I want it to be out. I actually want to get it done. I want to actually activate it. Anyway, great stream, guys. Thank you so much for coming. You guys made it. that 4 hours fly by. You guys were great. Thank you. Yo, peace.